Sound check, one, two, three.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Good
can.
morning, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Carol, will I see the hands up feature? I don't see it right now, but I guess no one has their hand up, but
So if you click on participants, Mr. Mayor, you should be able to see the hands up there.
oh yeah, there we go. Perfect.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I can test it. You see my hands up? You see it?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
I had mine up first, Mr. Mayor. Just kidding, just kidding.
We are live on YouTube.
So Carol, can I give the 1 minute warning?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. On va commencer la réunion dans 1 minute. We'll start the meeting in
We will
one.
start the meeting in 1 minute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, and welcome to the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting for the 17th of December. Bienvenue à la réunion du Conseil du Comité de Finances et de Développement économique.
Welcome to the FEDCO meeting today on December 17, 2021.
Madam Coordinator, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so before we proceed, I'll do a roll call. Councillor Cloutier,
Présent.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry. Councillor Deroux.
Here.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. I know he had a medical appointment. He was going to be a little late. Councillor Luloff.
Présent.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Dudas.
Here.
And myself. Declaration of interest, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. See none. So after going through the, we're going to go through the consent agenda. Item 1, in-camera light rail transit legal update. We'll obviously come back to rise and report. Item 2, quarterly stage 2 LRT construction updates. That'll be done in public. Item 3, authority in respect with certain corollary agreements in respect of Trillium Line. Anyone have any questions on that? No, carried on that. And item 4, the motion, Councillor Meehan's motion, will come back to that as well. So, sorry? That Councillor Curry? I see Councillor Curry. Do you hear it? I think you're on mute, Councillor. Can you hear us, Councillor Curry? I can see you. Councillor Curry, can you see us or hear us? I wonder, Carol, if someone can help Councillor Curry.
We can try and assist her, yes.
Okay. Councillor Deans, did you have something on the consent agenda? You're on mute.
I had a question on item number 3. Wondered if we could just hold it. Sorry.
Yeah. Councillor Deans, go ahead with your question. Michael is here to answer it. If it's,
Okay. Sorry about that. I just had a couple of questions about why we're acquiring it now, and if we anticipate needing this land sooner rather than later, and if we do, will SNC-Lavalin be paying us back for that land?
So we anticipate requiring the land absolutely for the future if we do a fleet expansion. So that's the primary reason.
Ray Riley. Riley. Councillor Brockington hear us?
I don't see Councillor Brockington or Councillor Curry, Mr. Mayor.
So Mr. Mayor, I just want to understand better in the agreement if, yes?
Sorry, I'm hearing Councillor Brockington and Councillor on a different line. So
yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that actually they might be on the Teams line, so I'm going to hop over to that and ensure they can rejoin Zoom. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
okay, so we'll just hold until we get Councillors Curry and Brockington back in the main meeting here.
Okay.
Okay, so Caitlin just contacted the two counselors on the in-camera link, and they're going to join us hopefully in just a moment.
Councillor Curry has just joined us now. Mr. Mayor, we're just waiting for Councillor Brockington.
Okay, thank you.
Very sorry, everyone. I'm new.
No problem.
You only have one more week to use that line, and that's it in the new year.
I know. I thought I'd still get it in.
All right, I still see Councillor Brockington in the in-camera session. But he's apparently being translated. Okay, so Michael, you heard Councillor Dean's question?
Maybe I can just reframe it for the sake of Councillor Curry and anyone that didn't hear it. As I understand it, in all of our contracts, there's an opportunity for additional land to be purchased by the design builder if needed. So the question is, I know the site's already congested. We heard Mr. Morgan say just briefly that if there's new trains, there'll be a requirement. So I guess the question is this a Christmas gift to SNC-Lavalin, or are they going to be paying us back when they need this land?
So it's not a Christmas gift. There is as part of our long-term lease that expired at the end of this year, there was an option to purchase that land. And so if we don't purchase it now, we lose the ability to get this land for the future. So we're leveraging that lease agreement to purchase it now to protect for the future. At the same time, we do plan to use it. I wouldn't, and if we are able to use it to reuse some of the existing buildings that we've already kind of put on the property, then I think that's a benefit to the project.
But if SNC-Lavalin requires that for their purposes, because the site is very congested, will they be required to pay the city? Like, why is it our cost and not their cost? Because right in our contracts, as you said in the memo you sent to me, that opportunity for additional lands to be purchased by the design builder if they're needed. Right. So why would we pay for it?
If they desire it, if they deem it necessary to purchase it, then they would put in a property request, and then they would be required to pay for it. If the city initiates the action, then it would be the city purchasing it.
So we're initiating the action so they can use it and they don't have to pay for it.
We're thinking there's value in purchasing it now, and so they will have access to that land.
Okay, and are there contaminants on that site? And presumably they are, if it was owned by CP. Will it require remedial work, and who will be required to pay that cost?
Yeah, in the interim basis, it won't require any remedial work because it's the use is not changing. So we don't expect there to be any immediate cost for that. So
when a piece of property changes hands, there's no trigger that the land needs to be cleaned up or remediated in any way?
I would have to defer to our real estate group on that, but my understanding is that because the use isn't changing, that we don't have to remediate it.
Okay, well, is real estate on the call? Can they answer if we'll have any remedial cleanup costs on that site? And do we know the degree of contamination?
I don't know that real estate is on the site. The degree of contamination, we've been working on that site for a number of years and had to make changes. And in the past, when we made changes, we had to store some of the material on site as part of dealing with the soils. I can't, so I'd have to get back to you on the level of contamination and any remediation. I think we can also confirm there were certain handback requirements we had in the lease with CP and what those were and what that would have required in terms of a cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to just add to that questioning. I mean, the report says that this is for, and I quote, the immediate and long-term expansion opportunities for the new maintenance facility. So presumably that is for SNC Lavalin. Is that not correct?
We're planning on using the track and that exists there today and the existing building because we built those recently as recently as 2015. So I think there's a benefit to rope them into the project.
And what are you planning on using them for?
The extra track provides just extra flexibility in the yard, and there's an extra a manual car wash building that exists there as well. There's no immediate need for it, but we want to retain it, and we believe that there's probably a benefit to the overall operation to keep it.
And does the original RFP that was signed by SNC Lavalin, T-Next, did they indicate that this was required for their ongoing operations?
No, they did not contemplate this additional land as part of their operations.
But then we are purchasing it for them in hindsight. I mean, T-Next is going to use this land at some point for immediate and long-term expansion opportunities for the new maintenance facility. Is that not correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to use the lands. We're going to connect to the existing storage tracks, and that will provide some extra flexibility in the yard. But in this case, T-Next, their design was compliant with the project agreement that we signed, and there's kind of a dual benefit here where we can reuse some of the existing assets as well as secure the land at the current price based on our lease for the future.
I guess I'll just ask for one last thing, just following up on Councillor Dean's questioning for the information on the contamination and what that will look like. And in addition to that, what the ongoing additional costs will be to the city for owning this land. Like, will we be responsible for the cleanup or any other aspects of this land? Because it really will add to the $3.62 million gift that we're giving to T-Next here. And that could be ongoing in terms of servicing the land and any other operational costs. So if we could get that before council, I think that certainly at this point, I know I don't have a vote here today, but I certainly can't support what I'm reading in this report. So if we could get that information before council, that would be helpful. You have lots of time.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Mayor, when do these reports go to council? That's in the new year that they're coming then, or what's the intent?
Yes, at the next meeting.
Okay, and just on the, I've got two questions. One around the excess land, and the other around the airport link. On the excess land, I'm reading the report, and it's talking about we have sufficient land now. We don't need these extra lands necessarily. We could operate without them, so it seems. But they're saying that this will add extra resilience. And if there's a need to expand the fleet further for higher frequency, I just from staff, what is your ultimate intent with them? What is the ultimate build out goal? What's the why of it all?
So currently we're setting up the Trillium line for a 12-minute headway. So 12-minute headway operations on the main line, the same 12-minute to the airport. Currently the yard can store the 13 vehicles that we purchased, the 7 80-meter Stadler vehicles and the 6 Alstom vehicles. It has capacity for 1 spare vehicle, but it doesn't. If we added 2 or 3 more vehicles to the fleet in order to achieve a 10-minute headway or an 8-minute headway, we wouldn't have the space in the facility. So we want to protect for that that scenario where we increase the frequency, reduce the headways, and need to purchase additional vehicles. Similarly, if we need to do electrification or a more significant upgrade, then that would require a lot more space in the yard for traction power substations and the like.
Okay, and I know we have an agreement with CP when lands become available, and we try to, where possible, purchase those lands for our transportation needs. But in this case, is this not something that SNC-Lavalin will want to purchase in the future for those operations, or do you anticipate the city holding it in perpetuity?
No, I mean, all the cities all rest with the city. The city is the owner of the lands that TNEX is building on. So we're holding the lands, if that's your question.
Well, yeah, it's an additional purchase that wasn't contemplated initially because we had enough. So it seems for what we were our build out. So it's an additional purchase beyond that. And I guess the question is, do you foresee it changing hands at all in the future, or do you see it just being held in perpetuity by the city?
I don't foresee us reselling it, because if that's the question, it is absolutely needed for a future expansion of the Trillium line. So I think the purchase is consistent with the budget that's been allocated.
Okay. On the airport link, can you just provide more of an update? The report goes into a couple different pieces here. The airport's part of it, the airport link. We haven't received an update recently, I don't believe, on where we're at with that and what we're expecting in terms of that spur line. Can you give us an update of where those discussions are at and timing for connectivity?
I mean, I'll give a broader update as part of the subsequent presentation. On the airport link. The airport link is being fully constructed. The airport authority they're constructing their concourse area and their connection to the LRT link. They started the beginning of the year, March roughly, and they've made very good progress. It's very visible if you go on site. So that connection is there. The agreement that we need now is related to the ongoing operations and maintenance and in the basically a gap in the delegation of authority that we didn't have as part of the council report. So we need to kind of sign those subsequent agreements to make sure that we have the construction agreement and the operations and maintenance agreement in place, so that, just so that there's clear lines of responsibility between where our LRT station ends and where their concourse picks up. We have some equipment that's going into their facility, including fare gates. And so it's about just kind of buttoning up the agreements between the two parties. But the system, the concourse being built by the airport is fully underway, and our LRT station is fully underway as well.
Okay, and how is it anticipated the operations will work for that spur line at the concourse and then the rest of the line? What's the division of responsibility?
So, I mean, that's part of signing that agreement and negotiating, is to find that fine line, for example, janitorial services and types of things. What's the line in the sand between where the city would pick up and where the airport would drop off? Similarly, on the fare gates, do we transfer some, for example, custodial maintenance of the fare gates back to the airport authority while we retain the long-term kind of operations and maintenance and life cycle of those units? So that's kind of the piece that we need to get into now. That would be codified in the agreement that we're requesting authority to sign.
Okay, the last question or comment, I guess, Mayor, is around the transfers for residents going from the airport into the core of the city. I continue to hear from residents about the concern that with multiple transfers, taking a lot of luggage, for example, transferring multiple times. So, and actually, I guess it is a question to Mr. Morgan or others. Is there any amelioration or mitigation for what we are hearing regularly about the concern with that, the number of transfers there and the agreements we're talking about now?
So, Mr. Mayor, the agreement that we're talking about now is really just about the interface between the two, on the airport property. In terms of the service and the way it's going to operate, if you get on a train from the airport, you'll take that train you want to go downtown, you'll take that train to South Keys, you'll step off the platform. That train will depart and you will get on the next northbound train. And then from there, you need to transfer at Bayview to go wherever you're headed. So there's still a transfer at South Keys, but the infrastructure is being built such that if you wanted to in the future, that train could run all the way through to Bayview. But right now, the balance of ridership is heavily weighted towards the connection to Limebank. And so the primary kind of volume of traffic is expected to be between Limebank and Bayview. And that's kind of why the operation is set up as it is today.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are maybe more related to land use and ownership. So I don't know if there's someone from real estate with us. When I read the report, I understand the land to be owned by CP, and there was a brief question relating to contamination, and I want to understand what are the obligations from CP in providing an analysis of the contamination on the land prior to us finalizing purchase.
Mr. Mayor, we have Mike Cross from Creo, from a real estate group, who is an expert on LRT land deals. So he's on the line and can answer the questions on remediation and exactly what this deal is. Mike, are you there? Thank you.
Hello. I can answer the question. So we've done our own due diligence on contamination. Full reports, provided those reports to CP as due diligence required in the Creo policies with the acquisition. So to answer your question, we've done a full contamination report.
Anything to raise, or are we able to access that report, or anything you could brief us on?
Yeah, there were obligations. Our contamination obligations were in the lease we were on for full remediation of the property before we handed it back on December 31st of this year. So the reports had to come forward regardless of a purchase or not. So we shared those reports with CP. We negotiated the price down based on the reports and the contamination found. You could make the argument that, for the last 20 years, it was our use and our contamination. So it was a negotiated issue based on the reports shared with CP, their acceptance of them.
There are sort of two residential streets that tie in at different parts of that land, and then at the end of it, if you look at the Google view, you see a nice tie into the city yard on Conroy. And I wonder if we have any needs for our own city yard in the meantime, or if there's opportunities to make the space accessible to communities, as this doesn't appear to be a short-term need.
We've tried to protect our rights to purchase that in the future, Councillor Fleury. I wanted 20 years. CP was not willing to lock it up for that length of time. We protected a 5-year purchase. First right of refusal type language in the report. It is internal discussions with the rail folks. It is a valuable piece of property. There's a lot of interest in it. It's just there's no budget for it right now, but we protected it.
I appreciate the answers. Thank you very much.
Sure. Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michael. But just a question, and I know we ask a lot about the contamination, but isn't the policy that we have, because we have a lot of garages or a lot of facilities city-owned, that even if you transfer it or you sell it, as long as it's maintained the same use, you don't have to do the cleanup. Is that the policy we have right now or not?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And I purchased the MSF on stage 1, so I'm responsible for the Belfast purchase and that entire 30 acres. And it's the same. We found contamination. As long as it doesn't migrate, the use stays the same. It's of that nature. We monitor it, and that's correct, Councillor Gentry. That's
thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying this for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Just a sec. There we go. Thank you all. On the recommendation is presented, carried, adopted.
Carried. So Moffat has his hand up there.
Okay, so we will. Good. Sorry, did you have your hand up? Councillor
Oh,
Moffat.
I had my hand up. I was going to ask something about the Transit Corridor Protection Fund, but it's not pertinent. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So item 1, light rail transit legal update in camera, reporting update, not to be reported out. We'll begin by resolving in camera regarding light rail transit legal update. I'll ask Vice Chair Dudas to read the motion to resolve in camera, please.
Be it resolved that the Finance and Economic Development Committee resolve in camera to receive and consider light rail transit LRT legal update pursuant to the procedure bylaw, subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, reporting out date not to be reported out.
On the motion, carried. Adopté. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break to allow members to leave the Zoom meeting and join the MS Teams meeting, as well as to allow the clerk staff to stop the Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Any staff or members of council remaining in the Zoom meeting will be moved to attendees by clerk staff, so that you will not be able to turn on your microphone or camera while in closed session.
Yep, thanks. I'm in there.
Hello, Scott.
Oh, hi. Hi there. Nice to see you.
We're the Keeners.
I won the race back. I feel like I won.
Sorry, I had to eat in front of you. But have you ever been to this place in the East End called Meetings? It's a barbecue place. It's really good.
I have not. I'll have to try it.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe Luloff will deliver to North Gore.
If we ever get out of this meeting, I will.
It's not in your ward, eh, Tim or Matt anymore? It's in Tim's.
Yeah,
meeting?
it's in Tim's. We had it in this really tiny little place. So it was
Yeah.
not sustainable.
I remember. I think, didn't we have lunch there once?
We may have.
Yeah, it's very cozy.
Oh, it was very cozy. The cornbread's unbelievable, though. Out of this world.
I had their tater totters and macaroni and cheese and brisket. None of that healthy.
Oh, but delicious.
Yeah, it was really good.
Mr. Mayor, we're just waiting for members to rejoin the Zoom meeting. We have restarted the live stream on YouTube.
So we should shut up then.
It's a nice way to put it, I think. Yeah.
This portion of the meeting has been brought to you by Meetings. Actually works out quite well.
It actually really does, doesn't it?
So Carol, will you let us know when we have quorum?
We do have quorum, Mr. Mayor, and you're ready to go whenever.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. For the benefit of those joining us online, the Finance and Economic Development Committee just met in just met in camera in order to receive a presentation on the light rail transit legal update. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to subsections 13(1)(e) of the procedure bylaw, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for all purposes. During the in-camera session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So item 2 is a quarterly stage 2 LRT construction update by Renee and Michael. So we'll hand the floor over to our new GM and Michael as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Michael will go through the presentation. Michael, please.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a short video that we're going to play now. The coordinator could put that up. It's 4 minutes.
Do we have sound?
Just going to pause and restart that, Mr. Mayor.
I think it got stuck a little bit at the end there, but it's a little pixelated, but we'll be releasing the full version on YouTube a little bit later today, so it'll be available to share. But we did try to provide a decent summary of the before and after at a number of key sites. The first one that you saw kind of jumping out of the slide, LMSF and Moody in the east, which is doing great. So with that, we have a presentation. So I'll take you through the presentation and we'll walk through some updates on that. If we can put that up. So it's just a general update. We are going to try to do some before and after to give people a sense of the progress that's been made. So if we just perfect, Kelly, if you go to the second slide right away. So we are going to go through the three main sections of the project, give a highlight of some of the work, give a highlight on some traffic and mobility updates that are upcoming, and then give some information on the schedule for the three different sections. So if you go to the next slide, we're going to start in the east. So just a lot of work has taken place in the east over the last year. So, there's been a lot of impacts, roughly 11 traffic flips, so 11 super weekends that we had in the east. So huge impacts on the community using the road network out that way. There was a significant volume of work. And so I appreciate everyone's patience for all the noise, and there's vibrations at some point and impacts. But that's essentially allowed us to pave or get access to the guideway between Montreal Road and future trim station. So that's been very good. Station construction on all the stations, over 2,000 trees in Greens Creek corridor, getting a new trim road and OR 174 intersection completed. That was key to be able to start construction on trim station. And then we've also started a series of noise walls on the north side of the OR 174. So still some progress on those, but a lot of good work accomplished over the past year. So if you go to the next slide. So I'll just go through a series of photos showing the progress here. So this is the big flyover that we're building to get the light rail from Blair Station to the center of the highway. In the distance, you actually see the transitway, the dedicated transitway flyover. So that flyover will be coming down next year, and we will be putting buses into general traffic in this area as we go to build out the connection between this structure and Blair Station. So that's kind of the next piece of the guideway that we're going to start. If you go to the next slide, show a bit of the before and after. So, the excellent progress that the team has been able to make in this area. They worked all through last winter in terms of putting those caissons, piers, and pier caps in place, and then that big bent structure that goes over the road. And they're able to essentially build out the entire guideway through this area. So what they're working on now is really the foundations. There's some little jut outs along the elevated guideway that you can see, which are going to be the foundations for the overhead catenary poles. So if you go to the next slide, we moved down the road to Montreal Station, so the interchange. And so at the end of last year, so this time last year, we were successful in essentially moving the highway out of the way of where we need to build the station. And now if you look at the photo on the right, you see the station structure there in the middle. We'll go to the next slide. You get a bit of a close-up view from the more ground level to kind of understand what's happening underneath. So you see the new retaining walls that we've constructed. A lot of work happened on all these ramps and off ramps to create space in the middle. If you go to the next slide, you get a pretty good close-up shot of the actual station. So what you see in the very middle is the platform. That's where passengers are going to be attending. And then on either side of that, you see kind of two parallel lines on either side. That's where the tracks are going to run. And so that's the limits of the station and the station structure. And then just outside of that, there's more road bridge on either side, where at the end of construction, we'll give that back to make more space on the highway, to give the highway the proper shoulders and space for snow storage and that. So more changes to come in that area once the station is more advanced. Let's go to the next slide. A little bit further down. So this is actually one of the very last realignments that we needed to do through the east. And so this was completed. This required a major bypass of the sewer and sanitary system in the area, which required running a series of pumps. But this has been done. And so now basically all the way through to the end of the alignment, we have access to the center of the highway to be able to build the guideway. We've already started with the catenary foundations, and you'll see some progress on the next couple of slides. If you go to the next one. Plasterline Station. So we've been working in the center of the highway here, as well as we've been up on the right-hand side, close to where the existing pedestrian bridge is. There's actually a second pedestrian bridge that's going to go from the bus loop to the center of the station, provide a fare controlled area. So to provide an extra capacity from people transferring from the buses to the train. So a lot of good progress on this station. Go to the next slide. So this is, so CAV has started, they did a mock-up in the park and ride of a switch machine setup. And so, this is, may not look like a lot, much to a lot of people, but there's some subtle details in here that that represent the kind of the change in quality, trying to make sure we apply those lessons learned from stage one. So on the bottom of the screen, you see actually two ties that are extra long. In stage one, they'd used a regular length tie and then a bracket and mounted the switch machine on top of the bracket. And that caused some problems we were seeing with flexing of the bracket and potentially some imperfections in how the switch machine operates. In this case, we put in a full length switch tie so that the switch machine will sit fully on that concrete tie and it'll have no stress as it moves that point back and forth. So we're very happy with that kind of subtle detail, but it's that attention to detail that we're seeing on stage two, which is very good. If you go to the next slide, this is basically a monumental achievement, I think, for the group. They're super excited. I probably received 10 different versions of this photo in my inbox yesterday, but this is essentially them putting down the ties and laying the first sections of track in the east. So the team is very excited. And again, a nod to the quality and the solutions that the team is taking. They're actually delivering these ties directly from the factory directly to the site and putting them in place. And so that avoids double handling. Double handling causes delays. It's very easy to chip and crack these ties as you throw them around. So going directly from the manufacturing facility direct to site like this, where they're kind of dropping them in place and building up the track. So good start of track in the east, which is a very good sign for progress that we can achieve next year. And then you see right down the middle of the guideway as well, all of the foundations for the overhead catenary poles, the little round dots all the way down the middle. So everything's ready to go in that center section. To go to the next slide. So this is the other big thing we need to do. There's a Hydro 1 corridor through this area. There's the Trim Road intersection. We actually moved further east, rebuilt that intersection, and we've created space in the center of the highway to build Trim Road Station. So a lot of very good progress in this area as well. And the park and ride, you kind of see the paving has started on the right-hand side. That will be expanded, and it's one of our larger park and rides in the area. Go to the next slide. So in terms of traffic and mobility impacts, the big change coming next year is taking down that flyover structure for the transitway and putting the buses into regular traffic. There's been quite a bit of work done at the intersection near the station to make sure that the flows are going to work, but that allows us to finish off that last section of guideway between the new LRT flyover and the current Blair station. And then, as always, the various series of work activities happening on the highway, some overnight lane and ramp closures, but certainly nothing like we had this past year with a series of super weekends. And so, again, thank you for everyone and their patience and support as we work through that. If you go to the next slide. So this is the table on this slide is something that I showed last year, and so I retain the same kind of format, but essentially the key objective for this year's work was to realign the highway to get access to the guideway, which was done. And so as it looks today, we're still on schedule. The schedule remains as planned. And so we have some measured optimism about what we're going to achieve here. There's lots of things that can happen in the future, but as of today, we're still on schedule, which is good. Go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about the West a little bit more. So 4 LRT stations coming in out of the ground. If you're by Lincoln Fields, we'll show you the photos in a second. The progress there has been fantastic. Obviously, the big Pinecrest rapid bridge replacement that occurred earlier in the year, that was a big success for the team, getting all the ramps, some of the ramps closed, building a new ramp over the new trench structure. So a lot of work going at Pinecrest and that MTO interchange. Roosevelt bus only bridge, you got a lot of action. A lot of people came out to see that being built, and obviously that's ahead of the Scott Street detour, which is planned for April. Lots of work at Moody and Pinegrass interchanges, as I said, and then continued work of excavation. We're still, excavating Richmond Linear Park and the Richmond Road area, and through the Connaught and Connaught Trench. There's a tunnel being built as well, and then along the SGM as well. So lots of activity in all corners of this project. Go to the next slide. So this is Tunney's pasture in the distance, and then where the buses are right in the center of the image, there's a bit of a buildup of the road on the embankment. And so we need to put this new goldenrod bridge into service, and that will allow us to excavate out that embankment and start the work to extend the track from Tunney's pasture through to Westboro Dominion Station. Go to the next slide. So we go from there. We're going to close Scott Street, or put the buses onto Scott Street, close the transitway in the spring. And then further down, this is the SGM. So this is the cut and cover tunnel that we're building through this area. So we have run into some challenges with deeper clays than expected at this location, and some water table issues, but all things that can be fixed. And so it's not an issue of having a solution or not having a solution. It's more just a measure of productivity. And we're starting to see some productivity impacts to get through the difficult soils through this area. So we go to the next slide. Excavation through Byron Linear Park has been going very well. The rock is very stable. We haven't had a lot of water issues in that area. New Orchard Station is coming along nicely, and you really get a sense of the park in the before and after, which I think you see next. The next slide. So again, another excavation, just to give you a sense of scale. The little trucks down there at the bottom, this is kind of the depth that you need to go down to create the foundation for the track work, and there'll be a series of elevators and stairs to get down to this level for people taking the train. Go to the next slide. There's the before and after. So on the left, you see it's kind of just the prep and the staging is in place, and then on the right hand side you see the excavation down to the level of that the train will be running at, and you see the utilities that have to be suspended. There's a whole series of utilities that cut across and down through the old Byron Linear Park, and that's obviously been a big challenge, is working with those utilities to get them out of the way or to support them, protect them in place. There's a variety of issues related to that, but good progress through this area over the last year. Go to the next slide. Again, so here's New Orchard Station, and so there has been concrete trucks going crazy getting this station built. The tall walls on the right hand side of that tunnel, and then you see the center platform. You see the foundations there on either side of the excavation that will support the future tracks. So coming along nicely in this area. If you go to the next slide. A Lincoln Field Station. So this is one where they've made great progress. On the right-hand side of this page, you actually see this is Carling Avenue. They're building a bridge underneath Carling Avenue, a bridge to hold the road traffic so the LRT can go underneath. In the middle, you've got the new LRT station, which is actually a 3-track station. They've already started the structural steel at this location to get the elevators installed. And then in the far, kind of in the distance on the left-hand side of the screen, you see where the excavation starts and it turns to go down Richmond Road. So a lot of activity at this location, but they're making very good progress on Lincoln Field Station. If you go to the next slide. See a bit of the before and after. And so beginning of the year, there wasn't much there. You start to see some of the work on the roadway, some of the excavation happened, and then on the right hand side you see the bridge under the one side of Carling Avenue. Now we need to move traffic and build the bridge under the other side, but that station is coming along very nicely, and so that gives us a lot of optimism about this specific location. Go to the next slide. So just a shot the other way, so you can start to see the bridge in the space. There's a bit of a void there under Carling Avenue, and then in the distance there's the Lincoln Fields flyover, Woodruff pedestrian bridge, the old one, which is going to be torn down, and the piers and columns, you can just barely make them out for the new one that's going to go in its place. So, there's just a ton of activity all through this area. You see the proximity to some of the houses there. We're very close and doing a lot of work in proximity to where people live and work and sleep. So trying to be mindful of that. If you go to the next slide. So this is kind of a shot further down of the flyover in Connaught Park. So this area, from Lincoln Fields through to mainly Iris, we are trying to build the LRT in the same space and while we maintain the transitway. And then once we get to Iris, the buses are going to be detoured off down Woodruff. So you see, if you're taking the bus through this area, you will see essentially a widening or a realignment of the roadway to make space for where the LRT is going to run through this area. And then as you see, it goes off to the right in the top right-hand corner of this image. That's where we're going to start excavating to make the Connaught Tunnel that dips under the residential neighborhood into that community and comes out at Queensview Station on the other side. Go to the next slide. So just kind of an overview of the Pinecrest Storm Water Pond. So it's already filling up, but obviously this is meant to help us with further downstream with Pinecrest Creek and the realignment rehabilitation of that creek, reducing the peak flows through that area to kind of help improve the overall life of that stream. Go to the next slide. So down to Algonquin Station, and so you see this is in kind of the middle of the screen is where we've punched out the ceiling to get down to that structure that was built a number of years ago underneath. And then in the distance, you see there'll be another head house fare collection building at that end as well, with a pedestrian bridge connected directly into Algonquin College. So a lot of work in this activity, a lot of it underground, so you don't see it, but they are making good progress here as well. Pinecrest Interchange. So we spoke about the bridge push, which we did earlier in the year, which you can see in the middle of the slide, the page there. They're starting to do the excavation underneath, and then just right in the foreground, you see where Pinecrest Station is going to be built. In kind of the distance, the crux of this problem or this area is there's major utilities running kind of through and adjacent to the highway. There's also the major off-ramps at this location, and we're trying to essentially build a trench, relocate the utilities, and then reinstate the off-ramps. So the off-ramps of that location have been closed now to general traffic, and we've put in a temporary bus off-ramp, which will be taken out of service once the permanent off-ramp is put back into service. So you go to the next slide. Just a little bit of a before and after. So the key thing here is the before didn't have the bridge, and the after has the bridge in place. And then the other thing that's kind of hidden away there is there's a westbound off-ramp just in the foreground. We have built the trench under that off-ramp already. And so that's a permanent structure at that location. You see just at the edge of the page, that's the temporary bus off-ramp. So that will be removed at some point, but essentially the trench goes vertically through these slides, and you see it will pick up the transitway just on the top of the slide there. So a lot of activity still happening at this interchange to get the LRT through this area and to build a station in this area and to renew all the ramps. To go to the next slide. Holly Acres, so this one's tucked away a little bit, but a lot of work to essentially reorganize the intersection of this location to get the LRT over the road and then into the section of transitway in the distance. And we actually have handed over part of the section of transitway to Kev early in order to help provide some resilience to their schedule. Go to the next slide. And then at the end of the line, Moody Station on the it's going to be at the bottom of the screen on the right hand side. We're actually having to move Corkstown Road out of the way a little bit to make space for the LRT, and then the LRT, the trains have to navigate a series of on ramps and off ramps to get through to the LMSF in the distance. So if you go to the next slide. The LMSF is coming along nicely. So this is where there'll be a light maintenance facility, a storage facility, as well as some operator facilities. And this is kind of a stage one of this facility. In the future, it has capacity to be expanded to include a heavy maintenance facility and additional storage for the additional fleet size to accommodate Canada and Barrhaven. If you go to the next slide. So that's the photos, and then there's actually 3 slides of road impacts and changes that are coming. You know, obviously the big one is there's still sections of the transitway that we need access to in order to build the LRT system. And so Scott Street is kind of one of the first ones. We've been rebuilding Scott Street to make space, put in that temporary bridge, and then in the spring the plan is to move the traffic, bus traffic, off of the transitway, out of the rock cut and up onto Scott Street. So that's a big one. And then there's a series of other kind of impacts, closures and different things that will happen on Richmond Road and Carling Avenue to facilitate construction through this area. Go to the next slide. Similarly, the rest of the transitway, as you go further west, we need to essentially close and hand over to Kev. There's these interchanges where we've been doing ramp closures. The big one that remains is Pinecrest. Still has some ramp closures. Moody's in very good shape in terms of being ready to be finished up, but still some work to be done on Pinecrest. And then the other one there, Iris to Baseline, we need to close down that section of the Transway, and that will put the buses onto Woodruff. And so there's a bunch of work that we need to do in the spring on Woodruff to enable the bus traffic to come off of the Transway, down Iris, and then up Woodruff to get to Algonquin. And then, so I've spoken a little bit about Holly Acres already, the work that's progressing very well. It's just about, wrapping up, not quite finished yet, but still getting close. Corkstown Road needs to be moved, relocated, and so we're doing that. And then the Moody to Holly Acres section of West Transway needs to be closed. Go to the next slide. So we've had some successes on the west. Moody LMSF is 3 months ahead of schedule as compared to where we need it to be able to take vehicles for the extension. But we are starting to see some schedule pressures, in particular related to the excavation work near the SJAM Parkway, where there's those deeper clays. Again, it's not a technical issue, it's more a challenge of productivity. So the team is doing a deep dive into those scheduling issues. In the past, we've been able to recover quite a bit of time when we run into these challenges, but there are starting to be some pressures stemming from COVID and resources generally in the market and other things. And so we're getting together with them early in the new year to assess, is there a schedule that can't be recovered, or what is the extent of a delay to the project in the west. So if you go to the next one. So in parallel with the work that we're doing with Kev, our East-West connectors, Kiewit to Eurovia Vinci on the Confederation line, we are still manufacturing vehicles. They're all coming out of the Brampton facility. Some of them are on site. There are 15 vehicles remaining to come out of production in Brampton. There are 11 that need to go through final assembly and testing in Ottawa. So they actually do some of the electrical testing, putting them on 1500 volt power to be able to kind of power up the systems prior to putting them on track. So there's 11 that are in that condition. There are 7 that are essentially waiting to go track testing. And so we've been holding off on some of this work because of obviously shutting down the system for a period of time, and then just kind of allowing, creating space for RTG to kind of recover and stabilize the service. And so there are 7 vehicles that need some additional work and final tests. This is like 1,000 kilometers fault free on the network before we would loop them into the existing fleet of stage 1 vehicles. And so there are 5 vehicles from the stage 2 order that have been completed and are part of the normal rotation on the stage 1 service. So if you go to the next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about North-South project now, starting with the next slide to give a bit of an overview of where they are and what they've done. So all the stations are under construction. I think the last time I provided an update, there were questions about Hunt Club and when that was going to take place. And so we've been able to, with the support of the community and the local councillors, get some road closures to be able to get those girders in place. And so Hunt Club is in good shape now, all the girders in place. Elwood's in good shape, all the girders in place. So that's kind of a big tick in the box because that allows us to advance the guideway. The airport elevated guideway, all the civil work is done, and so now they're transitioning to track work and the direct fixation fasteners. We did receive the first Stadler vehicle, which is good news, and I'll show you a little bit of video of that. And then we have been continuing work at the MSF and some additional final cleanup of trench winding in the rock cut in the northern section of the line. So the next one, I'll show you a photo. So this is Bayview Station, and so on the right-hand side, you see a column there with a pier cap, and that's a little lonely pier cap that's going to actually hold a pedestrian bridge that goes to the new Trinity development. So Trinity has contributed funds to create a pedestrian bridge that goes over the alignment of that location. Where you see the orange tarps in the middle of the screen, that's where there's going to be a new fare control building elevator bank to get up and use the pedestrian bridge and a new entry point. And so this station's being changed from a single 40-meter platform to a double side 80-meter platform station. So a lot of work at this location, but they are progressing and will be ready to go certainly before the development with the pedestrian bridge. If you go to the next slide. So Corso Italia station. So a lot of work going at this location. This is a little bit older. It's now, they were in the process of tenting it. to be able to work on this area through the winter. What they want to get to is in right adjacent to the roadway. They need to build a bit of a plaza. That's where they would build the elevator bank and a series of other things. And there's a lot of work you see on kind of either side of the alignment to build it up and to create the walls and structure to kind of to fill in afterwards to create space for the guideway. So a lot of activity at this location. Go to the next one. So Dow's Lake is another location where we're putting in, originally there was just a single elevator, so that's been stripped out, and you see the structural steel there for a double elevator bank. This is also being tented so that they can work on it over the winter, but everything's been stripped out. The original platform that was built in 2001, that's all gone and been stripped out, and they've rebuilt the platform from the grade up, and this is going to be a new 80-meter platform to serve this area. Go to the next slide. So Carleton University, so we see a lot of kind of activity here, but this is all kind of the preparatory work for getting the conduits and utilities through this area. You see the two original fare control buildings, which we're reusing, and then you can kind of start to get a sense of the two 80-meter platforms that will be at this location. And then in the distance, you see an excavator, and that's just backfilling. There used to be an underpass there, and so that will be reinstated, slightly wider, slightly taller, slightly longer to accommodate the double track, but we're going to double track through this area, and then it will converge just prior to the bridge. So if you go to the next slide. So this bridge is all the piers are being repointed, so all the original brickwork has been pulled off, and they're reinstating that. A lot of foundation work. They basically the sections of bridge on either side of the white structure. They spent a lot of time sandblasting that and cleaning it up and fixing it and painting it, essentially rehabilitating it. So now they're just working on the final middle section, which is more complicated lattice structure. And then you can see one white kind of package on one side, and then you can't see what's happening on the other side, but just kind of behind this bridge at the level of the river is where we're going to put in the new pedestrian bridge. And so that's going to be a very good connection point for people in this area, certainly for Carleton University to get through. So that's caused some impacts with the multi-use pathway, which is I know a very popular pathway. But the level of kind of construction equipment and work going on the one side of the river is highly problematic in terms of kind of keeping safe access. And so there's been a variety of kind of efforts to flag people through or short-term closures. Go to the next slide. So this is Mooney's Bay. So this has been since covered. The platform since been filled in. You see the lower right-hand side is the structure we're going to reuse, and then the pathway on the right, which will be kind of rebuilt to make sure that the connection to the station meets all the grade and accessibility requirements. Right now, I think that the path that goes from there up to the roadway is too steep and is not code compliant, so we'll fix that. Go to the next slide. So Elwood Diamond grade separation. So this is the grade separation going over the VIA track. So this is really an investment to make sure that when VIA expands their service and goes to a high frequency rail network, that we won't have any conflicts between the Trillium Line service and VIA Rail. It eliminates a conflict point. It eliminates a diamond. The diamond creates wear and tear on the vehicles, and so there's a bunch of advantages of doing it. But they've got all the girders in place, so they're making very good progress at this location now. Go to the next slide. So Walkley Station. So if you see the station, city's infrastructure services department is working up on Walkley Road, doing some remediation work. They're remediating the bridge, and then obviously the TransitNext team making good progress at this location. You see the structural steel going up. You really get a sense of what the station is going to look like now that structural steel is in place. Go to the next slide. The new maintenance facility, and so you see all the track. This is from a little while ago. The track connection into the building wasn't done at the time, but it is done now, and so they are doing a lot of work to finish this off. There's this building, and then I'm not sure if the next photo shows it or not, but there is also a separate building that contains a car wash and two train inspection. Yeah, there it is. Okay, perfect. So you see the structural steel has gone up over the car wash building. So originally in 2001, we used to just manually wash the trains. And so we had an old car wash building where that would be done. And so this is now going to be an automatic car wash building. And then the building kind of at the bottom left here, this is actually will accommodate 2 80-meter vehicles to allow them to do the nightly inspections and refueling and sanding. And so we actually have 4 locations where they can work on vehicles simultaneously during the night if they need to. So go to the next one. So Greenboro Station. So you can't see the track's kind of hiding, but they have actually made the track connection from Walkley Yard all the way through to a test track just south of Hunt Club Road. So the track is continuous now through this area. You can see that black tarp was there just to protect the surface of the platform as they laid down the new ballast. And then in the foreground, you see a second emergency egress point. So this is a kind of a key feature of all these longer stations, is that we had to add additional emergency exits to the stations. Go to the next slide. South Key Station. So from above, you don't see a lot of activity. It's all kind of down below. But soon you'll start to see the structural steel go up and you'll get a sense of the form of this building. But essentially it's tracks on either side and a center platform, and you access it from underneath. Go to the next slide. Hunt Club Road Bridge. So this was, it took us a lot of time to get this in place, but it is in place now. And so this is actually going to be a combined pedestrian bridge and rail bridge. And so there'll be a pedestrian bridge to get people across the road here, which will be very good for the local community. And then this is an area where we've got double tracking. And so there'll be, part of it will be assigned to the train. So go to the next slide. So this is a bit of a before and after, and even the after doesn't show all the girders in place now, but at the beginning of the year, we barely had the columns and caissons in place, and by the end of the year, we have the bridge in place, which is good. Allows them to finish off the guideway construction. And then in the right-hand photo, you see the kind of the bridge there. That's actually the original rail bridge, and so that was rehabilitated. The waterproofing was redone, and they've since reinstated the tracks through that area. So there's to support the test track for the Stadler vehicle. If you go to the next one, Leitrim Station. So this is a major station down in the south with a major park and ride. And so we'll use the same format, fare-free transfers, or not fare-free transfers, but fare controlled zone where you can transfer directly from the bus onto the train, and then there will be a park and ride area and a fare control building. So this location has actually advanced quite a bit in the last few weeks, and they've installed all the structural steel for the elevator banks, which is very good. Go to the next one. Earl Armstrong Bridge. So this is they're just waiting for the settlement to occur on that Nilex wall. Once that occurs in the spring, or basically they'll come back in the spring, they'll waterproof the bridge, and they can start running track through this area. Go to the next slide. And then so that bridge we just looked at is now in the distance, and Bowesville Station is in the foreground. This is going to be a major park and ride in the south. Again, good progress here. Pretty terrible swamplands that they're building on, so they had to do a lot of work to make sure that the foundations would hold up through this area. If you go to the next one, Line Bank Station. So the structure, the elevated guideways basically finished. You start to see them put up the staircases, the primary staircase. I think if you go by now, you would start to see some of the structural steel for the first elevator bank as well. And so then on top of the structure, you'll start to see a bit of the shelters, and it'll grow out of the ground quite quickly now that we started the structural steel. So good progress at this location. If you go to the next slide, Upland Station. So here's kind of an example of how the station evolves. This one's at a more advanced state. See the double elevator banks on either side of the station, the roof lines carrying some of the same themes from the same stage 1 architecture. And then off into the distance, you see where the tracks pick up. So we go to the next slide, you actually can see some of the, so here's the before and after. The next one will have the tracks. So where we were in March, just in terms of building the station out of the ground, and then on the right, really get a sense of the form of the building. The precast panels for the platform are in place. They're just building up the center wall between the two tracks now, and they'll continue to work on this throughout the winter. We go to the next slide. So here's the tracks. So the tracks from here, they haven't put the ballast in between the ties, but they've essentially set all the ties from here all the way to the elevated guideway. So making good progress. This is Uplands Road. So this is the bridge over Uplands. We're in good shape. You see the NRC facility on the left. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll get a sense of the station. So this is actually kind of, there's two contractors working this area. On the right-hand side, the part of the building that's got the green cladding on it. So that's actually connected to the elevated guideway that the Transit Next team is building. And then the distance that the building with the yellow cladding is what's being built by the airport and PCL as part of it to create the concourse, which will have the fare collection equipment and the waiting area for the connection to the station platform. So you have a very nice waiting area while you wait for the train to arrive. So go to the next slide. So many areas of the Trillium Line we're working in remote areas, but in the north we do have a series of multi-use pathways that are impacted, and so we've tried to maintain those detours and things as best as we can over time. And so those will continue, and we'll continue to kind of flag them and move people around, put the appropriate signage in place for those detours. Go to the next slide. There is additional, again, a lot of multi-use pathways are being impacted. Hunt Club lane closures, we still need some lane closures to finish off some of the work, but the major overnight closures are finished or largely finished now that we've got the girders in place. If you go to the next slide. Stadler flirt vehicles, so 3 still in production in Switzerland, 2 in factory testing. So that means that they're essentially complete, but they need to undergo testing before shipping. 1 is being delivered. It's currently in the Ottawa area. It's being held off site until they can arrange final delivery to the site next year. And then we have the 1 vehicle on site. So I think, and we have a brief 17-second video of this train in action, if you will indulge us. Yeah, perfect. You can go to the next slide. So that's everyone's very excited about that, and very excited about getting that train onto the main line very shortly. And we're hoping, and we'll talk to you about that in a second, but that should come in the next month or so, that we can get that onto the main line, do some more long distance and higher speed track testing. So I just wanted to do a bit of a recap of the schedule. The last time I reported, I did say that there could be delays as little as 40 days. That was obviously very conditional. That was, linked to a bunch of questions we had about their schedule and how they put their schedule together. And then in the fall of 2020, the CEO of SNC-Lavalin had reported publicly that we had a completion date of end of 2022. And so that was kind of a known issue. But since that time, and at the time, we used the opportunity for this past construction season to see if there was an opportunity for recovery, to see if the schedule would stabilize, and to see how they would, where they would end the year. So, despite the good construction season from a weather point of view, Transit Next still is indicating ongoing continuing schedule impacts. They're claiming from COVID, amongst other issues. And so this is what we presented last year. So if we go to the next slide, unfortunately, we've seen further slippage in the schedule. And now they're saying spring 2023. Basically, right now it's middle of May 2023 for when the system will be handed over for us. So in terms of high-level tracking of timelines and activities, we are expecting to see that first train on the tracks in this month or January, depending on, we're just working through some safety protocols now on how we do that. Getting that second vehicle commissioned and on the test track as well in March. And then roughly, starting in September, October, the system's meant to be handed over to the signal supplier. And at that point, the guideway should be completed and you'll see trains running up the entire alignment. So that testing of the signal system to ensure that it's reliable and works consistently and all the timing is right will take roughly 3 to 4 months. And then following that, we'll have a short period system-wide testing commissioning, roughly 6 to 8 weeks before a trial running period. And the trial running period for the Trillium Line is 21 days. And there's specific performance parameters that need to be met during that 21-day period. And so a bit of an extended trial running period as compared to stage 1. But you will see trains running the full alignment by the end of 2022. So that's the news there. So I think if you go to the next slide, we're on to questions.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. I just wanted to offer one comment and I have one question. It was really nice to hear you talk about your team's pride in accomplishing certain goals. When we all see the complexity of both east-west and north-south, you realize It is a massive undertaking that has so many different domino effects of bridges and culverts and hydroelectricity lines and so on. So it's nice when, you know, the project comes together and they have this sense of pride in it. So pass along our thanks to you and to your team. On the Rideau River pedestrian bridges, construction started on that because it's hard to see because of the tarp on the rail bridge.
Yeah, it is hard to see. And so we get photos from the other side, but essentially the footings, the foundations on either side of the river are just being finalized now. And then once that's completed and the approaches are done, then the structure is actually just going to be dropped in place. And so it's being built off site. And so we will see that in the new year, that the structure goes in place. Now, I don't know when they're going to be able to open it, but very, very soon you'll see the structure, you'll see kind of the potential what's being built. I know that the people are going to come out in droves to watch that go in place, and that's going to be an awesome achievement for the project and a huge benefit to this project.
Okay, so we have a number of people. I think I'm giving them in the order I've seen them pop up because my screen on the side is not working. So I see Matt, then Laura, then Kathy, then Teresa. So Matt Luloff, Councillor Luloff.
Thanks so much. And thanks for your update, Michael. You know, work is progressing really well in the east, and the faster the intrusive work is done, the sooner my residents can sleep properly at night. So I'm pleased to see everything is on schedule. I know that I've been a bit of a thorn in the side of KEV, so I'll give a rare kudos to them for their excellent progress. Although communication and sticking to commitments made to Councillor Kitts and I and our residents still leaves a little bit to desired, but I'll leave the dirty laundry for places like Brown's on St. Joseph. Progress on sound wall materials. I know that there were some supply chain issues and progress was halted on the north side sound walls. When is construction going to continue on those sound walls?
So they have been trying to keep the kind of the flow of construction going. So building up the berm to support the sound wall, getting the posts, kind of smoothing it out, trying to do as much as possible. So they were doing that up until very recently, but the panels themselves, like we basically, we made some additional orders and we basically took up their stock for the year. So I'm expecting, I need to get a specific update on when the next kind of batch is coming, but I suspect it'll be early spring. They'll be able to kind of get back into some of like the Jeanne d'Arc corner, a few of those key spots where we just ran out of material.
Yeah, understood. I think it's stopped halfway through Elderberry. Those residents were particularly pleased with the fact that they were a late add to the project. So thank you to Ms. Amilcar and her predecessor, Mr. Manconi, for working really hard to make that happen. Councillor Kitts and our residents and I remain opposed to the berms at Trim Station. Are you prepared to say today in public that you will build those berms despite our opposition and lack of concurrence?
We are still planning on building those berms.
Okay, and where is the team at right now in reducing the size of those berms?
They've made good progress over the last few weeks. They were able to mobilize some off-road equipment to build a new berm 12. So they've been making good progress. I think they're essentially wrapping up today. They need to come back in the spring and do the shaping and forming. And there's also additional commitments in terms of public consultations to go back and look at the seating and the landscaping and additional kind of ways to soften the impact on the area.
Okay, great. I see there's a lot of people with their hands up, so I'll cede the floor to them. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the team at OC Transpo and Kev.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thanks. I'll be very quick as well. I wanted to just get a little bit more information about the anticipated traffic impacts when the removal of the flyover takes place. There was the closure under the overpass bridge on Montreal Road, which a number of people in my community and Councillor Tierney's community were impacted significantly by, creating massive detours. I have to say, to the credit of my community, they were very accepting of it, knowing that it was for the ultimate benefit of the project. However, can you just kind of give some insight as to what kind of additional traffic impacts we can anticipate in the next couple of months as that flyover is removed? Because it's gonna have some real ripple effects in the east end.
Yeah, so you know, Kev has done a good job of maintaining the bus only lanes through that area for as long as possible. You know, they came up with a pretty creative approach to maintaining that corridor, even kind of better than the reference concept we had. So at this point, it's really about the improvements that they've done at Blair intersection to make sure that the buses to widen that intersection, basically where the off ramp meets the Blair Road. So they've done some improvements there. We're not expecting huge impacts, but that's some in terms of on the bus traffic, but that's something that we would work closely with Pat Scrimger and his team to make sure if there's additional minutes or time, we'll have to watch that closely to see how we adjust. Based on the current setup, we think it's going to be minimal. I mean, if you'd asked us 5 years ago, we were pretty nervous about that change, but with some of the reductions in traffic, you know, we're feeling a little bit better about it.
Okay, no, I'm pleased to hear it. Like I said, we've been making it work. The residents have been very accommodating. I very much appreciate that. And your team has been very good in communicating. I just want to make absolutely sure that we continue along that bend. I did want to just speak to the delays. You mentioned about the anticipated delays with not only the South End line, but potentially the West End. And, you know, I don't think it comes as any surprise to anyone that pandemic has had impacts. That is not a get out of jail free card for any of our contractors. But I do want to be absolutely clear, and maybe I'm putting myself on the record here, is that delays or no delays. I am adamant that the city not take over any of the extension, any pieces of the extension whatsoever, until we're absolutely confident that it is functional and that it's working and that we're confident in it. And I do have a lot of faith in our city staff to be able to monitor that, but I want to make sure that regardless of what timelines we have, I personally would rather wait a little longer and make sure that the system is fully functional. So that's not really a question, that's more of a statement. And I think that maybe I just wanted to be absolutely calm, you know, clear on that, you know, I don't want to see delays. I want to get the system running, but unless it's working, unless we have a quality system, we should not accept it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say a couple of things, especially from what I've heard from people in Canada North. But I wanted to say thank you very much for that video, and anything that ward councillors can do, you know, put that link up so people can see the entire city and the vision. I think that's such a fabulous video for people to see. I think it's easy to lose sight of the vision. And I certainly also wanted to thank councillors that put that vision together and then have endured all of it over these years. Because as a kid growing up in Scarborough, living in Boston and having a subway system fully formed, ready to go out to Kipling, down to the CNE, or in Boston out to Logan Airport, it was absolutely nothing. I witnessed nothing of the construction of it, and you know, had no experience other than there it was for us to use, and it was a wonderful thing. So, but when I look at this and I hear nothing from people of Canada other than, isn't this great? We're going to get this out to Canada at some point. The people of Canada North, especially, well, Canada South, who have not experienced all the construction and all that goes into this. So I think it's very helpful for us to see a video like that to show exactly what it means. But I can only say that in Canada, everyone's just thrilled that it's coming out to us as quickly as it is. No one ever expected it as early as this. So I mostly want to say thank you. And believe me, I appreciate that the people in other wards are hearing complaints and concerns. And I will certainly tell the people of Canada that they're lucky they don't have it, because I didn't have to live through it either as a kid. I just loved the subway. But anyway, thanks so much for all of that information and videos and presentations today.
I think if I'm not mistaken, the Councillor Hubley and I have tweeted out the video, so you can latch onto that and send it along, because it's very nice on your own phone. It stopped a lot during the presentation, but it's a beautifully done piece of work. Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Michael, and your team. I want to give a shout out to them because, of course, we get together every week to talk about what's going on with 7 stations, many of them in people's backyards, the route. It's been quite the ride, pardon the pun. The construction is right there and is quite impactful. But we're moving along, and I appreciate the cooperation of your team. It's very helpful. The ongoing issues, though, in terms of what's next, and I'm talking about when it's complete, is sound. There's concerns on sound mitigation, and we're working together with communities that are literally right there. But the one gap that I see is taller buildings. We seem to be working very well on sound mitigation at the ground level, but I'm still not convinced that we've got solutions for taller buildings, and we've got condo buildings that are literally right on the route. So I've got concerns, and we have lessons learned from stage 1 on this, but I want to know if we're going to make that extra effort and go beyond just the basic standards, because it's a little concerning for those that are right there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So we learned a lot in stage 1. You know, Councillor Leeper and his constituents at the near Parkdale, you know, worked with us and were patient with us, and you know, we were able to implement some mitigations in that location. You know, it's in a bit of a trench, and so we were able to put dampers in place and insulation, sound absorbing pads in place, and so that helped a lot. And as you know, Councillor, we kind of took a pause at the middle of this year and said, you know, let's do something more. And so, you know, we've gone back to the community with a plan for noise walls where we're basically like a stone's throw, not like half a stone's throw from people's homes. You know, put in noise walls and to look at rail dampers and to look at the insulation, sound absorbing insulation kind of elements to make sure that we minimize those impacts. The taller buildings is still a challenge, but things like the dampers and other measures, simple things like rail grinding contribute to a reduction in noise. And so we're looking at all of those. We want to make sure that we minimize any impacts on local residents.
I appreciate it. And we need to hear numbers. We need to hear what the levels will be and what we're targeting, because we need that analysis. I think it's really important that people have total confidence that you're on it. And I know it got dealt with stage 1, but I think we need more lessons learned, and we can do even better. So can we have better numbers? I'm talking about the decibels. Because we've got a curve right outside a condo building, you know, like this is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, so I mean, we've started to do the analyses, you know, so in the west there, the curves are nothing like some of the curves that we have on the eastern section. So they're much larger sweeping curves, and we are, you know, working with both Mott MacDonald and Stage 1 RTG to do a wheel rail interface study, which has a big impact on noise through curves. And so assessing what's the optimal railhead profile to minimize, you know, you get basically a squealing, or where the flange of the wheel rubs against the railhead, creates that kind of long sustained noise. And so, but you can minimize that or eliminate that for the most part with regular rail grinding. So we are looking at that. That will be kind of the extra step that we need to use hand in hand with the analyses. I mean, I appreciate residents they're going to say the proof's in the pudding, you know, run the train, and then we'll decide.
Yeah. So, but we need to know that our targets are for their comfort, because they have to live with it for obviously for a long time. The other issue is about connectivity to the stations. That's an ongoing concern. We've got the extra complication of NCC land all around many of the stations. And so that means back and forth. But one of the things I keep getting asked is about snow clearing and making sure that the paths are lit. And we need that. We need that to get people to the station. They have to be feeling comfortable about it. Don't want to waste our money that we built this beautiful station and it's hard to get to. So just want to know the progress on that.
Yeah, you know, that involves a lot of stakeholders in terms of lighting pathways and winter maintenance of pathways. Lincoln Fields is right there, you know, kind of on NCC property, you know, so that obviously requires the interagency agreements and cooperation. You know, we've been trying to ensure the connectivity works. But obviously, I think you build the path, but then the questions that follow are on the lighting and the winter maintenance, and that's something we can continue to discuss with the NCC. I know that there's been ongoing discussions with them with different groups, but it's probably needs a bit of a concerted effort as we lead up to the opening of the new station.
And I'm happy to work with you on that. I think we all have to work together to make those happen for the community. One of the things, this is the old station, the pieces from Lincoln Field. They're kind of neat, they're kind of cool things. Is there any way they can be recycled? There must be a place for them.
Happy to ask what the plan is for those, and we can have an auction of we'll slice it up and do an auction with the pieces if anybody wants a piece of history, but I'm happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, let's put it out on Kijiji or something. I don't know, but somebody must want it. It's just kind of it seems a waste to throw them out because they're kind of neat, and it has been done before. In terms of the schedule pressures, you're talking about making up time. Well, that means overnight work, and it's been hard on our residents. So I think we have to really be careful about balancing that. I understand the time pressures. We don't want to spend longer, but at the same time, we have to be really careful in this particular area. This isn't a track that goes down the middle of the highway. This is tracks that's going in people's backyards. So I think we need extra care on the areas around people's homes when we're doing this. So I appreciate the cooperation of your team on that. So I'm just saying that's something to look at. It's funny, Councillor Curry was talking about connections to airports. I'm still dreaming that we're going to connect directly to the airport and nobody has to get off. Is that still feasible in the future? Because when I think of going to other cities, that's the thing that I think of as progress, that I can leave from an airport and go downtown, not getting on and off and on and off. Is that still feasible in the future?
About 1 minute remaining, Councillor.
The track infrastructure is being built to allow that to happen. The stations on the airport link, so Upland Station and Airport Station, are only 40-meter platforms, and so they're shorter platforms, but we have provision to allow them to be expanded in the future, and so that's not that's still a possibility. And so, I mean, in some scenario, and this is probably more for the planning team to review, it's the track infrastructure is there so that you could run a train from the airport all the way through to Bayview Station. Obviously, timetables and schedules, and right now they're prioritizing service that would essentially take up a time slot going up to Bayview Station. Not that it's impossible, but the infrastructure is there, the track is there so that you could go through.
Okay. Well, thanks again. I appreciate your continued cooperation with our communities.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Kavanaugh. As a resident in one of those construction zones, I have to commend the workers at the end of my street on Byron, who are doing an excellent job keeping the traffic and cycling flowing. It's a big undertaking with this massive crane that's been there for, I guess, about a month or so. So it blocks the street at different times during the day, but I think they're doing a very good job making sure there's access for residents, and appreciate that. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Morgan, for really impressive presentation. That was a lot of information, a lot of knowledge in there. I just wanted to boil down best we can what we know in terms of the delays on each of the pieces. And it sounded like East is ahead of West. So is it right to assume that East could open ahead of West, even though it's one contractor?
So the setup of the original dates for East and West was that they would be 6 months apart, and so that you would open that East was going to be handed over to the city in late November 2024, and that West was going to be handed over in August 2025. And so they were always kind of planned to be handed over at different times. Right now, East is still on for that November 2024 and handover to the city, and then obviously it'll be over to Transit Services to decide, the actual opening date and practice running in addition to trial running. So that's still there. In the West, definitely, pressures in the West to recover and to deal with some of the challenges that they've seen. There's a lot of utility work. The cut and cover tunnel in the SJAM area has been, they have a technical solution, but the productivity has been challenging to achieve. So they've struggled.
So what is their current estimate of handover date for the West?
So
how many days delayed from their August 2025?
So on the West, the original handover period was May 2025. On paper, they're showing us a 10-month delay. In the past, we've seen similar delays in the 6 to 8 month range, and we've worked with them to recover those. And so now we're in the process of saying, okay, on paper it says this, but how much can you recover and what's the strategy for recovering? So we need to get back in a room with them in January, February to say, okay, on paper it says 10 months, but what's the art of the possible?
Okay, and is any of the delays on the East or West, well, East sounds like it's on track, but on the West related to COVID?
I would say, the hot market, COVID impacts on, creating absenteeism and, some productivity and social distancing, all of those things are kind of in the mix in terms of understanding what the impacts are. Right now, we see kind of specific technical productivity challenges. The cut and cover tunnel is a kind of a technical challenge as opposed to a straight COVID challenge. We've had a whole series of utilities that we've had to move out of the West that have been in the way. So there's some impacts getting that coordinated. So there's a variety of inputs. I wouldn't put it down to just COVID, but certainly COVID is part of the story.
Okay, and what's our best projection in terms of the delay on the north-south line?
So on the north-south right now, they're saying what we're being told is spring 2023 or middle of May 2023 in terms of when the handover would happen. But there's, we still need to see some progress in some of the key milestones. We need to see them hand over the system, finish the guideway construction, hand it over to the signal supplier so that they can do those end-to-end testing. Right now, if you go and you look at the system, if we start, the track at Limebank's not complete, Mosquito Bridge, the track's not complete. You can kind of work your way through the system and you say, okay, well, they have, potentially another summer's worth of work to get that guideway finished. Then they need to hand it over to the signal supplier to do the end-to-end testing, which is, that is really, to Councillor Dudas's point, that's the measure of the reliability and the service is, okay, once you finish the track and you put the trains on there, then they need to run and they need to run reliably. I mean, the good, I would say the good news in the project, the source of pride that people see is that first train, was on time, and people are super excited that train arrived. Super excited to see the second one's in bits and pieces spread all over Ottawa, but I mean, it's exciting to see that train and it looks great. It's massive compared to the original Alstom Linz. But people are super excited to get their hands on it, get it out onto the track, and we hope to have it out there's a test track section that's been built between Hunt Club and Leitrim, and we hope to have the train out in that section kind of going back and forth in the new year.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that the current projected delay on the north-south line is 275 days plus?
It's 9 months, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said the testing for north-south is 21 days of testing. Is that 21 days of continuous runtime without error, just like it was on the Confed line phase 1, or is it, what are the details of that 21 days?
Yeah, I mean, I can, there's a lot of details in it. The stage 1 had 12 days of, testing, including some activities, and the pass-fail criteria weren't very clearly stated. And so, we took that experience and kind of looked at what other projects have done. And so now there's a 21-day period. Within the 21 days, there's 14 days with a specific performance objectives that need to be met. And those have been laid out and clearly stated in the project agreement. And so, we've started with a longer period and then more clear objectives in terms of what's needed during that period. And so I'm happy to kind of share that with you and go through that with you offline if needed.
I think that would be great. I'd like to see the details of that. And is that the same for East and West, 21 days? Is it all built in the same in the contracts?
It's the same concept of 21 days in East and 21 days in West, but the setup is a little bit different on the Confederation line, because on the Confederation line, the city's providing the vehicles, the city's providing the head end, RTG is providing the maintenance staff. So there's a bit, so it's just to say they achieve on the East-West, they would achieve substantial completion. And then we would do a trial running period, and the trial running period helps to essentially inform their handover. The builder has to hand it over to the maintainer. And so the trial running period, still 21 days, still criteria, but it's meant to prove that the infrastructure works, as opposed to, on Trillium Line, we're expecting trial running to show the vehicles have to work, the signals have to work, the infrastructure has to work, the stations have to work. The scope is a little bit different on East-West, and that's only because the design builder is not responsible for the vehicles. They're just doing the infrastructure and the signal system and then handing it over. So there's some nuances, but still with that 21 days and still with the performance criteria.
Okay, thanks. And what were the reasons for the projected 9-month delay on the north-south line?
It's there. If we were to ask Transit Next, I think they would point to COVID delays, impacts because of social distancing, and pressures on the market, some utility impacts. So there's a variety of things in the mix there. There's not one thing, but that's all going to be part of kind of commercial discussions that we have with that group.
Okay, and are there penalties built in for late handovers?
There are penalties for the late handovers. There are liquidated damages, but critically on this type of project, the biggest penalty is really the function that they need to finance the project. So they're financing, and they hold the loan on the project for a big portion of the work, and so to the extent that it's late, they need to carry those costs.
Is there any concern about their ability to do that?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Michael and your team. Appreciate it. Next, we have Councillor Meehan's motion. My understanding from the clerk is that the 2 of the 3 be it therefore resolves have been dealt with, and we have to vote on the middle one. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's exactly correct. Resolutions 1 and 3 are either being dealt with or have already been dealt with, which would leave committee to address resolution number 2. So if committee saw fit to receive resolutions 1 and 3, you could focus on resolution 2, which is outstanding.
So I'll just read for the benefit of members of the public. Be it further resolved that the city manager and director of rail construction engage a peer review of the strategy for design, construction, commissioning, and maintenance of the Trillium Line by Transit Next organization to identify potential challenges caused by design, construction, commissioning, training, and/or organizational design that could be remedied now before the rail line is completed. So, Councillor Meehan, would you like to speak to your item? I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm gratified to see that resolutions 1 and 3 have been dealt with. And I would just say that I think this makes a great deal of sense, given that the lessons we've learned so far from the Confederation line, and especially today after what we've discovered in the North-South Trillium line. I think this is going to be a good tool to use as we go forward. The Trillium line still has an awful lot of construction to complete. We have the same players that are involved in the Stage 1 Confederation line. And I think that given what we know, that it makes a great deal of sense to take a look at what has been constructed so far, examine if there's any potential problems, and fix them beforehand. And we now have the time to do it if there's any benefit to having a delayed schedule. So I would suggest that this is very prudent given what we know. And I would suggest, and I hope that the members of CFEDCO will support this motion today. I don't think there's really anything more to say. We have a great opportunity here to either be extremely confident in what we've built so far and designed so far, and if there are issues and flaws and things that can be improved, then now's the time to do it. As the councillor for the area, and that the South End area is going to be really reliant on this, I want the safest possible LRT going into the south end of the city. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the suggestion. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask city staff, I'm not sure who is best to answer this, just for the comment on that second one, asking for a peer review based on everything we have seen in phase one. It seems prudent. I just wondered if someone could comment on it.
Yes, I think it's a great idea. I think it's worth doing just to see if there are any blind spots. We've got a full team out there looking at things, but it gives us an opportunity for new ideas or opportunities for improvement. So I absolutely supportive. I've been speaking with Renee about it, and she's got some ideas too about how it can be done. So I think it'll be good.
Okay, well, Renee, would you like to share your ideas on how this could be done?
Sure, I think it's Michael said exactly what I want to say. It's I think it's a good thing to do, and we will do it for sure, and we'll learn if it's possible.
Councillor Deans, anything else?
Okay. No, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. During the stage one procurement, which this relates to versus stage two, and the information we're trying to get out in advance, we saw media reports recently of revelations that our transit GM was concerned about the launch just weeks before the launch. And that information wasn't shared with council, nor am I aware if it was shared with the mayor or not. And so I'm just wondering to staff, I would like to hear comment from the city manager on the revelation of those emails, and why they feel that occurred, and why the system was launched at that time, and what do they plan on changing with this time around?
Mr. Mayor, when emails are released like that, you have to put yourself in the context. When they stand on their own, they seem like they're, some kind of incriminating information. Of course, there were critical emails sent from Mr. Manconi to RTG, Mr. Lausch, and the executives that were in charge at that time, because that was the whole point of testing the system and ensuring that the system could be launched. Anything that was happening, we were on them, and we were on them hard, and you can see that from the correspondence. We were not, and we're like that with them now. We're not in this kind of brotherly love type of relationship. This is hard, and it's hard business. And Mr. Manconi was hard on them. And the process to launch the trains and accept the trains was laid out in the project agreement. And people seem to forget that there is a process for launching the trains that had to be ultimately approved by the independent certifier, which was an independent body that looked at all the safety systems and technical requirements to make sure those trains could be launched, as were the various safety officers that had to look at it too. And for me, who ultimately made the decision in terms of launching, once that was signed off and revenue service availability was met as a standard in the project agreement, then the city had a choice to either sit on the trains and pay RTG for trains that were running, or put them into service once the independent authorities signed off on the safety and reliability of those trains. And of course, there were issues during the testing. That's the whole point of the testing. We dealt with those issues. They were dealt with, and we launched. And when you look forward in terms of making improvements, Mr. Morgan has talked about, for instance, on Trillium Line, in terms of making adjustments to how we launch those trains. A different time, a different frame in terms of that. And even on the 12 days, I mean, that was their requirement. RTG were the ones that put in the 12 days. They put in more stringent measures at that time than were even industry standard. And so, you know, when you look at the totality of it all, there was a process over the summer where we were back and forth and hard on RTG to make sure that they could get up and running. Very difficult discussions, but at the end of the day, I didn't launch the trains just on my own gut feeling and my own intuition as a non-expert on trains. I launched it with the signature of the independent certifier, which met the contractual agreements and met all the safety requirements of that train to be launched.
Mr. Kanalakis, thanks very much for that. Mr. Kanalakis, do you I think hindsight, feel we shouldn't have launched at that time given the issues we saw? And then the second question of that is, there was that memo that wasn't sent to council. It was revealed later on through the media, but wasn't sent to council. Was that sent to any member of council or the mayor at that time, like transit chair, mayor, anybody else? Because it wasn't sent to council, and that was on the 12 days of testing. So just wondering where that information might have gone.
Well, I'll answer. There's two questions there. The first one is do I feel the train should have been launched and not launched? And I've asked that question to TRA and our other experts. And the issues that arose on those trains after the launch, you could not foretell all those issues in advance of what would happen. The issue really is, and what we're seeing and now what TRA has seen, is the maintenance capabilities of Alstom and RTM and their other subs to be able to maintain those trains and deal with any actions or any problems that happen on those trains if there were any failures. And we expected that there were going to be stoppages and issues with the train, because that's normal on any train that's launched anywhere in the world the first year. And I've confirmed that with experts from around the world, Europe, the US, Asia, all over. People have told me that that's not unexpected. The issue is how quickly can they turn around those repairs and get those trains up and running? And that's where they failed. They failed in terms of their maintenance regime, resourcing, the technical skills they brought here, the leadership they had here on site in Ottawa. And we cannot foretell that based on the status of the trains when we launched. As far as the memo goes, and I've addressed this before back in 2019, November, when I was asked the question by Councillor McKinney, and I'll answer the question again. I held back that memo. That wasn't a memo that went to the mayor or was a political memo. It was a memo that John's office, John Manconi's office, prepared, because in the middle of the testing, we had some issues with the train. And John brought me a memo and said, I think we should send this memo to council. And I said, John, if we're sending memos to council and every time we have a stoppage in a train or any of the issues that you're communicating with RTG about, we're going to be messaging 3-4 times a day. The whole purpose of the testing is to achieve independent certifier validation so that we meet under the contract the revenue service availability. And that is the outcome that we should be talking about with council. The notion that, you know, the media put out this letter that somehow there was some plot to hold back information from council, to me, it was an issue of council should know when the trains are ready to go when they pass all the testing, and not necessarily be involved every time there was a door jam or there was a minor problem during the testing or the train stopped for catenary or whatever at that point. To me, it wasn't an issue. So John brought me a draft memo. I said, you know what? I'm not sending out the memo, John. I'm going to send out a memo when the trains pass the test. And again, you know, we have another email that's been accessed, and a whole different context is put on an email when it was quite frankly a 5-minute conversation in my office when John came by with a memo and said, I'm thinking of sending this out. I said, no, I don't think we should send it out. And that was it. It wasn't discussed with the mayor. It wasn't discussed with the chair of the committee. It wasn't a memo that I considered a memo that should have any kind of political discussion. We were in a process contractually, and I felt that until we met the terms of the process contractually, I had nothing to report to council. And I'm being upfront, Councillor. I know you
appreciate
about it, but I want to be straight up with you about what I did or what I didn't do.
Yep, I appreciate you being forthright about it. That's helpful. I think just speaking as a councillor, I do want to know about that information, that 12 days of testing or any that testing phase, if it's going to be an effect on the launch, or there's some issues happening where they're not meeting certain stipulations. I personally want to know. So on the stage 2, I'm hoping if there is something like that, you do inform us, even if it isn't something that you think is fully within the purview of everybody, given the issues we've had. Hypervigilance is and more communication is better than less in this situation. And just on that point, to the city manager, is that are you making the call on launching through delegation of authority? And if that delegation of authority was withdrawn, would that decision to launch then come to council with a full report? That's just a question on procedure.
Actually, the contract spells out when the launch would happen. Council does not have authority to basically prevent the launch from happening, because once you meet the revenue service availability date, which is a contractual milestone that was approved, then the train is launched because they met all requirements, and then we're paying for the train. So the only issue is do we wait longer once they give it to us, because we want to launch on a Saturday, or whatever the logistical issues are. So the delegation of authority also stems from Transport Canada, where because of the federal nature of our rail system, I'm deemed to be the regulator, and I have that authority under statute and an agreement with Transport Canada in terms of making the final decision on when that train, or even when the current trains in November, were launched. And that's the way it was set up with the federal government, because they didn't want to have direct oversight over a train system, which they don't normally have, or they don't have anywhere else in Canada, because we're such a unique kind of oddball place because of the Quebec-Ontario border, and it crosses over. So the launch is not for council to come back to council with a full report. It's a contractual obligation when it comes back. And I don't see how council, quite frankly, can make that decision once it's signed off by the independent certifier. There's no value council is going to give, and I'm saying this respectfully, in terms of whether to launch or not launch a train after safety officers and the independent certifier says that all the requirements of the contract have been satisfied.
Yeah, I'll just say, I guess, given what's gone on, I think the more information during that time, the better, whether it's through delegation of authority or not. I think giving that information during that time, that daily update, even if it's the 12 days of testing or whatever the testing will be on the new system when it finally launches for stage 2, I think more is better. And so whichever way we can get that done, great. But I just wanted to reiterate, it would have been nice to see that beforehand, and some of the issues we've experienced since have been difficult. Obviously, I appreciate the answers and you being forthright, Mr. Kanellakis. Thanks very much. And I support Councillor Meehan's motion. I hope FEDCO passes that today as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so on the Meehan motion, items be it resolved 1 and 3 received.
Received.
And on item number 2, be it further resolved, carried.
Carried.
Thank you very much, colleagues, very much. Just a quick note, as you know, Dr. Etches had a press conference at 2 o'clock. The Premier is speaking at 3:30 on the COVID situation that is obviously getting worse, both in the city of Ottawa and obviously around the country. We'd ask that you use your social media platforms to please direct people to the Ottawa Public Health website. It has the most up-to-date information. There have been a lot of moving parts, as you know, the province providing rapid test kits, some of them arriving at LCBO, some of them not. The 10 locations that we hope to have up and running by this coming Monday. So it's a serious situation, and we require everyone's assistance and goodwill to follow those regulations and restrictions. I know it's not what people wanted to see or hear heading into the Christmas season, but this is for the greater good and the greater health of all of our citizens. Alors, certainement pour moi, c'est vraiment important d'encourager les.
You have to invite every citizen to respect the rules and the advice of Ottawa Public Service. We're in a very serious situation right now, also in Ottawa and in Canada. It's time right now to respect Dr. Etch's recommendation.
We probably won't see you in Zoom until the new year. I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, Joyeux Noël, and Happy Holidays, and meeting adjourned. Thank you. Merci.